Testing, testing. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay, that's a bit loud, I think. Still, maybe. Great, the song ends when I... yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, around -40. I have to remember that. Let me try this Twitter thing and post about going live. Okay, our Twitter or X hashtags case sensitive. I've actually no idea how this works, but I'll just add some hashtags. I mean, I have 0 followers, so let's call this an experiment. So yeah, I made a Spotify account to play some music. Because today I'll be just editing the world. I realized that the bottleneck that I have right now is that the world is not in the final shape it needs to be, and I have kind of few tasks that depend on it being in shape, like placing all the other things in the world, for example people or monster nests. And that's all dependent on the final shape of the world. And yeah, while I do the edits, I'm going to think about a couple of things. That's mostly just future features, but also some technical stuff that is unresolved. So yeah, let me move that up here. I can have the to-dos on my laptop so I don't have to switch all the time. And the game should be built. Yeah. And let me decrease the volume. I didn't hear that, so you probably didn't either. Anyways, might just be Pulse Audio doing weird things. Let me watch the stream for a bit so I can make this watchable on this bitrate. Yeah, okay, so this elevation is fine. Okay, so the task is, if you look at this terrain, you'll see long lines, and I'll want them all gone so that it looks like this. And yeah, like this. This is pretty time consuming, but it turns a toy game into something more, so that's required. And to do that, I'm just going to go over the world, punch holes, and create plateaus. So a lot of very small edits. And I'm not sure if I can finish this today, because I have about 4 hours. And that'll get me maybe halfway to where I need to be. So half the world is done, almost, actually. So yeah. Okay, back to where I was. Actually pretty close. There, I was here, okay. So this looks okay. This as well. This as well. That's fine too. So let's continue. Okay. I think I ran a path test. So the terrain should be good up until now. But I might introduce some problems later on. Hey Turbo, how's it going? I'm doing fine, thanks. Just editing the world. So today's gonna be a lazy stream. Just going through the terrain. Going good for me. That's good to hear. Okay, this is off-world territory here. So there's the player has no access. This is the world boundary. But it should look, at least where the player can see, should look good. What is this here? Yeah, so these lines have a mind of their own because they're procedurally generated, and I'm just doing their bidding, basically. And I want this line gone, but this looks complex. You mean generally? It's just the editor, so the game is much more easy. So this is the game. This is how the game looks. But these boundaries, they are quite they can get complicated, but it's manageable. So these are the boundaries that define the path that the player can take through the game. And they collapse if there should be a boundary. So if the player comes down here and the path leads up here, then this one collapses and then looks like this. So it's a natural boundary. That's all it is. And I just have to make sure that I don't destroy them. So they should actually make a boundary. But there's not much more to it. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's go. We've arrived at the right-hand side. So let's turn around and go the other way. Seems to run super smooth. Yeah, so from a CPU standpoint, nothing much is happening at all. So it's just the camera is updating here in the editor. And if I take turns in the game, that's a bit more expensive. And rendering wise, this is just all one vertex buffer. So, well, actually, that's not true. Each of these, I'm not sure if you can see, each of these blue rectangles is one vertex buffer. And that's all that's rendered. So it's ready on the GPU, and then there's just a small shader that runs over it. So it's not really expensive to render. Don't like that. Okay. And this view is just the elevation, so I can see, so I can more easily edit the world. Even within the game, it looks very fluid, even the shadows movement and stuff. Yeah, that's actually one of the most expensive calculations, is the lighting. But that's also just a light map that's pretty small. It's 48 by 48 pixels. And it gets sent to the GPU every frame. And the game just updates the cells with the lighting. So that's one of the most expensive operations, but still quite okay. Was game development part of the education even back then? No, there was, I mean, we were young kids, so of course we wanted to make a computer game. And I think we kind of did with just console output and ASCII characters. But there was no game development. It was all robotics. So, I mean, it sounds fancy, but it was just controlling a electric motor and what else? Database management stuff. Really boring stuff. But we used C, and I liked it back then as much as I like it now. So, and I really like C. So that wasn't sarcastic. But yeah, when we got to C++ and object-oriented programming, I zoned out. It goes against my brain. I can't handle object-oriented stuff. Boiling down everything can seem boring, but to an outsider like me, the perspective is fairly interesting. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, yeah, I've lived through it, so it's not that special to me. I mean, it's kind of special, but yeah, you're right. And that was in high school, actually. Don't like this. That's better. Let's continue working west. Don't like this either. But yeah, let's let's not get bogged down. Is there... Yeah, let's do this one. Oops. Have you had computer courses in school? Because they're pretty mandatory nowadays, I imagine. Okay, let's make this tiny. Maybe not that tiny. Okay. Well, when I was in school, no homes had PCs yet. I'm only 27, but I'm from Bangladesh. Technology came in fairly late for us. Oh, okay. That's also interesting. So we didn't have computer classes back then, but these days they do, I believe. Okay. That's also pretty interesting. Yeah, I remember we had these super old PCs when I was in the early years of school, and I mean that's 25 years ago, and they were still ancient. That's pretty funny, and I don't think that changes much. Yeah, I also remember my dad buying the first computer, and that was in 97, I think. I got my first PC around 2010, since I was from a well-to-do family. It was Windows XP, yes. Okay, 2010 Windows XP, I mean, that's not too bad. When did Windows 7 come out? Don't even remember. It was a solid PC for me back then. Yeah, it was actually my favorite OS. Yeah, Windows XP was actually really good. At least that's what I remember. There were probably problems with drivers and stuff, but yeah, I had Windows XP. I had for the longest time as well. Customizability was amazing. Oh yeah, I remember trying to make Windows XP look like a Mac. Those were the days. And then I bought a Mac from the money I earned in my first job. And then I've been using Macs ever since. Ever since that was in 2006. Yeah. Oh, Windows XP. I mean, yeah, I mostly remember the games when I think of Windows XP. And that was actually kind of a golden age for gaming. I mean, it hasn't been like that ever since. I wanted to try Linux, but my main software won't run in Linux, which makes me not go through the hassle to find workarounds. Yeah, I get that. I've not been a fan of Windows from 8 onwards. I had to do some work in Windows 8 for a car showroom, and it was actually, yeah, it was a hassle, but I don't remember the specifics. They had some restrictions. They introduced some restrictions that just made it really bad to work with as a showroom PC. There's too much with permissions these days. Yeah, that's also... I mean, I get it. The typical Windows user isn't very technical, so I get that they want to protect these people and make all the stuff accessible, but yeah, it's super restrictive. For our own things we need to tweak just to get the permissions. For our own things we need, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense, but it's annoying that every time I reinstall Windows I'll have to set it all up again. Yeah. I've been thankfully I didn't have to provision Windows PCs, but I had to provision a lot of iOS devices in my time, and that's a real hassle as well. Because I did a lot of interactive media stuff, especially for museums, where I wrote the apps for museum guides. And of course not everyone has an iOS device, an Android device, so they have these lone devices at the front desk, and I had to provision them, and I remember that's actually a funny story. I was sitting in the museum of the, I mean, it's called a Staatsgalerie. It's in Stuttgart here. There was a exhibition the next day for which I wrote the guide. I wrote the companion app. And it was all so last minute that I and two others that helped me sat in the museum at 5 o'clock in the morning with security standing by the door and waiting for us to finally finish setting up the devices for the exhibition that started the next day at 8 o'clock in the morning. So we were just a couple of hours away from opening, and it was super stressful in the moment, but that's a really fond memory, sitting there between all the artwork in the middle of the night on the floor with, I think it was 50 iPods back then, iPod Touch. That was pretty funny. I don't know much about our iOS devices, honestly. We had an iPhone 4 in our home, but I didn't use it much. That sounds like a good memory looking back to, yeah. It's pretty vivid too. Yeah, so iOS, there are actually these large, I mean, if you know the iPhone docks, which is just a base where you stick in your iPhone, they sell these as a battery with like 50 slots. And then there was a app, at least, I'm not sure if it still exists, from Apple, that's called something configurator, or maybe just configurator. And then you have one USB cord from this huge battery of devices, and you plug that in your Mac, and all the devices show up. And then you create a profile with the app and all the permissions. And then you click apply, and then it slowly runs through all the devices. But half of the time, 2 or 3 devices would just not accept the thing. It could be that they are in sleep mode and then it didn't work, and it was just a huge pain. But yeah, that's how it was. I mean, what was that? That was in 2019, I think. Yeah. So yeah, I imagine Windows provisioning is also comparably bad. So right before COVID, yeah, around that time. It could be 2018. I'm not quite sure. It was an anniversary for the museum. Pretty big one. But yeah, the most annoying part about iOS, well, is it signage? The most annoying part about handing iOS devices out to customers is that their certificates only last a year. So you have to update, you have to re-sign the app every year. And that was with the super expensive enterprise account for Apple. Even with that. So yeah, I did my fair share of driving to museums, taking all the devices, plugging them in, updating them, and driving back home. Which is just, yeah, it's super annoying, but I mean, it's also annoying for the customer because they have to, of course, pay you to go out there. Can I... Okay, can move this down. This. Okay. Okay, I think I have everything on this line. Oh well. Can make that a bit better, and this thing. Okay, let's move down a bit and then across again. And then do that 50 more times, I guess. Okay, I mean, it uses a bit more brain power than I thought it would. That's why I'm not talking all the time, but because I certainly don't want to do this twice. But I mean, yeah. This is actually, it's mostly cosmetics. But also pretty important, I believe. Okay, this one, that's fine actually. Okay. I also sometimes have these entities on the ledges. That's these lines. And I'm not sure if I want them there. But yeah, removing them could make the game look a bit too surgical. Not sure yet. That's not good. So let's maybe move them inward. Stagger a bit. Yeah, that's fine. And there's a bug where the ledge is not drawn. But I'll fix that eventually. Yeah, so I've closed the path here. I mean, the path test would have detected this. There's a tree blocking the way. But yeah, there may be others that I didn't catch. So I'd have to go over the terrain. And test it later. Okay, this one's a bit more annoying. All the way down here. Okay, that's good. Missing some water here. Okay, I have to be careful that I'm not working down mindlessly. But to stay on the track here. Okay, that's not working. That's better. Okay, other side of this. What is this? A lake. So yeah, on Spotify I clicked on the first copyright-free music playlist. And that's actually not bad. I mean, this is the first song with vocals, I think. And that's not as good as the others, but I mean, I just don't. It should stay in the background. It said something like background music. Actually, not sure. Could look it up. Copyright-free background music. 700 songs. So yeah, this is actually pretty good. And the copyright is not just for stream. To not get a strike on stream, but on Twitch, but it's also for the YouTube VODs. That's actually more important because they are persistent. They don't go away. Okay, where am I? This is fine. But this is not. Let's move this over here. Oops. Yeah, so I think the placement of the what do I call them? Of these entities that are just environmental works quite well. I say that because I've been destroying them the whole time and felt a bit bad. Because they sometimes the way they bunch up in corners is pretty true to real life, as much as you can get with these kinds of graphics, of course. So there's not much I need to change there, which is good news. Because the problem is this whole part of the world is just a quarter. So I have to do this 3 more times. The whole thing. Of course not anytime soon, but maybe towards the end of the year. I should have 1 additional region in the game. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Oops. So I was just looking at my to-dos, and one of the biggest unresolved problems is the well, how do I bring this into words? The save game it's not what is it not? It's if I change the world, if I remove this red block here, then all save games break. That's the problem. And that's because it's actually a good idea to think this through, because I see I'm having problems. The save game stores the whole world. So this actually shouldn't be a problem, but the data structures, the whole representation of the world is then different when I load an old save game. So the save game assumes it has one kind of world and the other, and the actual how the world actually looks is different. And that's because if I remove this boundary, right now I have this left patch, that's patch 266. And this right patch, 278. If I remove this boundary, they will merge, which means there will be no 278. That slot in the index will get filled by another patch. So if the old save game looks for 278, it gets back a patch somewhere completely different. And that's problematic because of something I've forgotten. It's not the spawning, it's not the collapsing of the boundaries because they are written into the world. So maybe it's actually not a problem. How do I find that out? If I start the game, is really everything. I can find it out by looking at the who uses the patches global. So the debug system, that's fine. The path uses the patches, but the path, okay, so I need to check every function that uses the path. Do that in a second. Tile, add tile. Okay, let's look at tile. Patch add. Okay, now let's look at patch add. Okay, navigation needs the patches. So there it is. Game needs them too. So if I store the patch flood map in the save game, that might work. So decoupling the save game completely from the current world data. And I may be saving the path already. Or was I just thinking about that? So let's see. Save. Yep, I'm writing the path. But I'm not writing the patches. And that is the patch map, and that is also global. And that's also quite big. That's 3 times 280. Times 4 bytes. That's 25 megabytes. You're serious? How much memory does this game use? Can you give that to me in what's that, bytes? No. Probably megabytes. Or 2 gigs is used. So it's probably 500 megabytes the game uses. So that's okay, but 25 megs is pretty hefty. Can bring it to half that. Maybe. If there's less than, wait. 16-bit integer is 65,000. So yeah, I can bring it down to maybe 13 megabytes. That bloats up the save file to, what is it then? 60 megabytes. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. And what is the other Oh, there it is. Flat map for the bound indices. I'd have to save that one as well, but that's... that might increase to 3 layers as well. Okay. So there is probably a way to make save files resilient. But it's actually not that straightforward. Anyway, back to the world. But I should maybe write down that idea, or at least annotate my to-do. Where is it? Hello. Oh, here. Convert save and options file to new version if needed. That's just not feasible. Okay. The strategy is to save, all the required world state. So some roguelikes, instead of doing what I'm doing, which is saving the world state, is they save all the player input and then replay it instantly when the file is loaded. But that doesn't help me with the stale save files, because recorded input save files break just as easily. But for what it's interesting is a attract mode for the menu, where you can see a recorded session play out like in old video games. Or specifically arcade games. Let's go down here. Okay. That's not intrinsically linked to save games. So I could add a recorder. So that's, let's say I want to add a attract mode to the menu, to the landing screen, that just plays after a couple of seconds of inactivity. And I want that I don't want that recording to break if I change the world, which is of course nonsensical. Because if the player presses up and there was a path before, and now I closed the path, then that's GG's. What am I trying to get at? I could save the whole world state with that demo, let's call it demo. So that would always work. Actually, that's not true. Because let's say, oh god, yeah, that's totally not feasible. Let's say in the demo, the player or the hero hits a mob, and let's say the random number generator handles that so that the hero kills the monster with the same amount of hits each time and doesn't die while doing it. Then even if that works, if I change just one health point of the monster after the recording was made, then that might also totally screw up the recording. So this actually is actually pretty hard to do. I could record only if I want to record it only visually, then that's also not working. If for example, if the hero meets an NPC and talks to them, how do I store all that interaction in a recording format that's different from input? So it has to be, one solution would be to make it a bot. So it's actually not a recording, but it's a bot that has some kind of intelligence. Enough at least to showcase the game. And that could then adapt to a changing game. So that's maybe the solution. I've been eyeing writing a bot anyway, so I can rapidly test the game. So that might actually be a better idea. Yeah. Let's call that solved, that problem. Next thing, pavement generation. So I need a way. Actually, I've been talking about this yesterday. I need to make it easier for the player not to get lost and inadvertently backtrack half of the path, only to realize that they've been there before. So one solution we came up with yesterday is placing little candles along the path that the player lights up, or they light up themselves. And there was the problem of them despawning. But yeah, I'll have two versions of it. Okay, so the idea is there's these little candles or shrines or whatever that are clearly visible if they are lit, and tell the player, okay, I came this way. It's like in Diablo 2, you have the same thing with just dead enemies on the ground. You know directly, okay, here. You know immediately, okay, here I came from there. Wait, am I still one pass away, or is it just this? Yeah, I just haven't done this part. So using the candles would be one solution. The other solution would be, and that's also a world feel thing, is adding a path where the path actually goes. So not everywhere, but imagine the path comes into here. So you come from here, go into here, and then there's these small brown specks that just tell you, okay, here's the path. I can't place them now because, oops, because all paths are open. So I would have to go this way with the dirt trail, go up here and go down here. So that's nonsensical, but I can easily, I have the code already, I can easily path find with A star along the path, then bring some jitter into it, because A star will of course walk in straight lines if it can, and take the most sharpest corners, and then paint in the path this way. It might look bad, but it would bring a good amount of immersion. It would make it much easier to follow the path. It would make much easier to decide if I'm now straying off intentionally, or if I'm intentionally staying on the path. All these things, plus getting lost, is also reduced the chance of getting lost. So that might actually be a good idea. And that's one that should be in the game sooner rather than later. Because that changes how the game plays dramatically. How it feels to play. So yeah, let me write that down. Actually, I don't need the light posts if I have the paths, because the player can remember the shape. Yeah, so that's 2 problems solved. That's good. Those are the most satisfying solutions. Ones that solve multiple problems at once. But yeah, it's not in the game yet, so it might actually turn out to be not the right solution. For whatever reason. What is this doing? I like this area. But I don't like this thing. Okay, that's better. Let's move these up. And this one here. Okay, and can I move this down? That's not great. Okay, that's good. Okay, this boulder right here. Yeah, my memory is really bad. I mean, in general, but especially bad these past couple of days. So what I just talked about was the intro screen, which I will use a bot for, not a recording. The save files, I will look into saving more of the world state. And to help the player not get lost, I will add the paths with a star and some randomness. And that should take care of that. Yeah, so this is not right now changing the world. So this will certainly break the save files. Well, that does nothing. Okay. And I should maybe cut this in half here as well. Yeah, that's not working. That's better. Okay. That might cause problems. But let's continue. Okay. Yeah, that was stupid. More like this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Maybe move this down. Okay. Let's shape this up a bit. And I think that's, well, nope, it's not it. Okay, and the other side. Yeah, that might actually be enough. Okay, nothing destroyed. No boundaries destroyed. What do I do with this? That one goes down. But I think for the upper half, yeah, well, I couldn't even finish the sentence. Still stuff here. And there's not enough space. I'll have to raise this. That one. Yeah, let's. Oh, what am I doing? Let's move this over here. It's much cleaner. Then let's see if I can punch some more holes in here. Yeah, that looks good. This doesn't, but that's the other half. I'm trying to finish the first half of the map with the that's above this line. Okay. That looks pretty much done to me. That one can go down. But yeah, that's the first half. So I've been on it for 2 hours and I have, granted I haven't been working as fast as I can, but that was maybe it was not even a quarter of the world, but there's not as much terrain in the second half. So let's say it's a quarter. So I need 8 hours for the second half. I could finish that today. Not on stream because I have to go in an hour. No, not 1 but 2 hours. I could actually finish it. That might cost me some brain cells. But I should finish that, yeah. Okay, let me take a short break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's start the second half. I actually need to... Yeah, not ready yet. Need to do this line as well. But that's just dropping these down a bit. Actually, yeah, there's a waterfall, kind of, and I wanted to add some particles for that for quite a while, but there's none really prominent where I would need to. So this is all out of bounds, but you could maybe see it from the other side. So I'm making it prettier just in case. Okay. And we're down here. This is a dead end anyway. And that's a bad looking boundary. And this one as well. That's better. Okay, this is too far down already, but Okay, and then I can make this one. This boundary cleaner. Actually, let's put it here. Okay. So these are buildings, so they'll stay rectangular. Okay, this is another bad boundary. And I suspect that there will be many of these in this part of the world. So let's make this better. What is this one? The same. Let's try to move this up here. It is getting a bit crowded down there, but that should be fine. Crowded is good, I think. Okay, this boulder or rock also needs to cut into shape. Yeah, that's good enough. So there's not much room here if I want to preserve these paths. But I could do this. Yeah. Is that allowed? That definitely isn't. Okay, what is this? That's also a building. Can't I just... Yeah, that's better. So let's remove the shrubbery to make that clear. Not sure why this sticks out. Why I did it this way. There's clearly no way to get there. So let's leave it like this. And let's bring this over. That's supposed to be water, I presume. Oh, this is a spawn point, so I can't change its shape. I can change this shape. And that one as well. Yeah, so these are buildings again. So nothing to do there, except in the surrounding areas. So yeah, this whole plateau needs to be brought into shape. Let's make this water. Okay. Back to this side. Not sure if I like that. Doesn't want to. And this should maybe be more narrow. I still don't like the shape. It's better. Mm. That's more like it. Up there's everything's fine, I guess. Yeah, I always forget about these ones. Okay, that looks much better. And this bridge could also be more narrow. As well as this crossing. Um, Something like that. I guess I'll do 2 blocks per row. So that's 2 of these blue rectangles in height, or 1 line across the world. So yeah, this is a really, I mean, it's alright if I have something to listen to. It's actually not that bad. But the results are really amazing. I think at least it's totally worth it. Yeah, let's drop this into the ocean. And move that stone. And then I can, well, yeah, leave it like that. Yeah, I don't like that. That's better. Yeah, too far down. It's actually not too bad. Okay, now into the one of the largest settlements. But there's actually not much to do here. Because it's all houses. Mm. Yeah, that's more interesting. And should I flood this? I think so. Yeah. Also too broad. Let's let this flow into here. Oh, this looks good. Could need some mirror over here. Okay, now this large slab here. Okay. Yeah, let's fill this with water as well. Um, I don't like this line here, but I think that's just me. Um, hmm. Should I flood this as well? Yeah, let's do it. This needs more sparklers. Yeah. Then that's fine. I mean, this looks so much better. Maybe it's not the 4 in a row. It's a bit weird. Okay, so it seems like I've been here before. Went too far down. That looks good. Yeah, this is also a large cut. Let me extend this depression over here. And then run this across. Let's clear this a bit. So I see what I'm doing. So I can cut it. No, I can't. What happens if I cut this like that? Yeah, then I get a tangling. This is too wavy. Okay, that's impassable. Maybe something. No, not that. Maybe something like this. Okay, same problem, but better. Yeah, that's much better. And I can raise this so it doesn't look all that bad. Not quite that bad, that's what I meant to say. And I can even do this. Okay, that's much better. Okay. Okay, that one's still pretty ugly. So it might be that the upper half of the world was in much better shape. Because this is taking quite a while. It's again slanted to the left. It's not good. But that's not good either. Okay, I've killed a boundary here. So presumably cutting across this, but let's just do it here. So that's a building that should be this color. Like this. And where am I? Okay, 2 blocks. So that leaves this thing right here. And another bridge. Yeah, these are annoying. Let's drop this down. And move the boundary over here. Actually, let's bring these in. as well. And same on this side. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. These two are entrances to the same patch. It shouldn't matter, but I might just remove this one. Yeah, that's better. Oh yeah, there's no getting by this rock. And now there's. Okay, let's dress this up a bit. Actually, I can make this recede a bit. Okay. Oh great, now I have to start counting. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'll just do it by eye. Instead of going 2 blocks down. That's not sustainable. Where is that? That's a building. Okay. God, I'm taking too much time with this. Um, Okay, can I... move this down? Maybe like this. And I destroyed a boundary. Let's put it here, maybe. Or better here. There's another one affected. That should take care of that. Maybe that's okay. I don't like this here. Okay, that's better. What about this one? Okay, maybe let's break this off. And then raise it over here. Yeah, that's good. And then I can drop this. Actually, let's make it move into the rock. More stuff over here. Okay. So let's remove this one. Make the rock bigger. Place it back here. Okay. Let's shape this rock. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Let's make this more organic looking. Yeah, let's do this one. Wrong theme, grass theme, and then move this up. That's done. Well. Yeah, this is a path. Hey Andre, how's it going? Earlier streams? Yeah, sometimes. I start at 1 p.m. Central European time. It's just because I'm more, my brain is fresher than in the evening, so That's the reason. How are you doing? But I still stream in the evening as well. Did I do that yesterday? Yeah, I think so. Doing well at the job currently. All right. Did you? Company is now educating us for the usage of those AI agents. Okay. And how's that going? I presume it's a Claude or something, or one of those. One of the usual suspects. Yeah, it's kind of nauseating to use. How do you mean? Nauseating. The agent produces a lot of output and you have to interact with it through natural language. So you have it directly in your code base, writing the code? Or is it just for asking questions? Or if you mean agents, then yeah, sure. Okay. I've actually never tried that. And I certainly won't do it with this game or any of my private projects. Yeah, I downloaded the open code thing. Didn't like it. Open code. I think I heard of open code. It's an agent who does infinite calls to popular LLM providers. Prices per token, it's not cheap. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. So you plug in your account, I presume, with the other providers, and then it just uses multiple in parallel, maybe. Would make sense. Okay, where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, here I am. Did you actually ever finish the PHP project you were talking about? Been wondering that. Okay, just thought there's a boundary there. There's not, thankfully. Okay, this looks like a blob. Yep, working on it part-time, but the project uses a obscure framework called Adianti Harry OOP. Okay. Obscure PHP framework, that sounds a bit scary. But that's nice that you've got that still going for you. It's great. It has components you call. It's not really nice to use. I was using, what was it, Laravel something for work for a while, but I've forgotten everything about it basically. Are you aware about that MVC model? Yeah, sure. Model view controller thing, yeah. iOS is basically that all the way down. Relies heavily on it. Okay. Yeah, I've never gotten an intuitive understanding of model view controller. I mean, it makes sense if you explain it, but then the implementation of it is something completely different, especially in iOS. But yeah, doesn't really fit my brain. But I mean, in the end, okay, I think I've never really understood it. Makes sense that, yeah, holy DDoS script. This framework has a PHP wrapper component like class T progress bar extends T element private value mask class name. Oh, the formatting is gone. Just ignore it. No, I can read it. Don't need formatting. Well, I need it kind of. I get the gist. It's yeah, it has classes for the HTML elements. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what I don't get about PHP. Is that you have this perfectly fine text generator that does exactly what you want it to do, which is generate HTML, and then you have all these frameworks that could have been written in any language, written in PHP, creating all these abstractions, abstracting the whole browser. That's kind of weird. I mean, PHP is amazing because you can annotate HTML code with dynamic data. That's the whole reason it exists. But maybe for super large projects, that's just not enough. But why then not use a different language that's more suited? Do you usually write bare PHP? Yeah. Yeah, just bare bones. I mean, PHP has the hassle of that you need an interpreter, of course. So you need a server, but with a web space, that's usually just for free. Lo-fi beats are nice. Yeah, I made a Spotify account so I can play copyright-free music. Actually, I could have done that on YouTube, I guess, but yeah, I think it's fire and forget on Spotify, so that's nice. Where am I? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so if I write PHP, I just do you like add PHP inside HTML directly? Yeah, exactly. So I have the forum on the website is not written by me. That's a boilerplate that I cut into pieces. I think you were there for some of the streams, or one of the stream where I worked on the forum. So that's also just simple PHP. But if I write PHP, then granted, I only write simple stuff. But then I just write the PHP directly in the HTML. And what's the extension? There's a file extension you use. I think it's phtml. No, it's something like that. And Apache will then load the file correctly and stuff. But yeah, just inline PHP, and that's actually amazing, because that's little work and you have a database running, because you can just drop SQLite in the directory and you're good to go. That's all you need. Most of the time you don't need a database, of course, but if you do, then that's about as simple as it gets. That looks ugly. Why is this not? Yeah, let's move the boundary. Well, maybe more like this. Okay. 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 More of this. I was thinking of rewriting the NG framework with simple PHP. Do you think SQLite could handle like 10,000 concurrent connections? That's a tall order. Well, it depends heavily on whether those connections are reading from the database or writing to the database. If they are all only reading, then I think so, yes. If you have a good machine that it's running on, then it should be able to handle that without problems, I think. But writing, that's different. If you have 10,000 clients, 10,000 clients updating the database, then probably not, because of how SQLite works. All depends on if they read or write, and also how much data they access. Because with SQLite, writing is, last time I checked, writing is synchronous. So you can only ever have one client write to the database at a time. So that queues up. I don't like this. And for rewriting the framework, that's dangerous, because you might be underestimating just how much work that is. Yeah, that might be depending on how big it is, of course. And how complex. But you would have to ask yourself, how much time is it worth to invest into rewriting this as compared to just dealing with it? If you try to rewrite the PHP framework as you've written, you should ask yourself how much time is it worth investing in the rewrite. Let's say, is it a week of work, or is it a month of work, or is it a year? How much time are you willing to invest? Until it's not worth it anymore, if you're not done at that point. Yeah, and if it's not easier, maybe to just deal with it. Write some helper functions, I don't know. Oh yes, the framework is very painful to work with, but the rewrite would also be a bit painful, yeah. I mean, the other question is, if you rewrite the framework, are you 100% sure that what you would replace it with is better than what you have right now? That's the other thing. You have to be 100% certain that it will be better afterwards. And yeah, that's also not easy. Most of the time, at least. And the most important question of all is, as always, is what I'm doing currently solving the problem that I'm trying to solve? What is the problem I'm trying to solve? That's the most important thing in everything, and also sometimes the hardest thing to realize. I would have to create a table that shows data, and we never did this the bare way. I always used the table components, so no clue of how hard it would be to make a standard HTML table less ugly with CSS. Very insightful questions. Yeah, I've learned all these questions the hard way, and they're pretty valuable. Just if you're doing this just for fun, then they're not that important. But if you're trying to achieve something, then they're very important. I would like to have create a table that shows data, and did this. No idea about the table component. I mean, yeah. I mean, making a table, HTML table, less ugly with CSS is just Googling it. You can actually, web stuff, you can actually just dump the question into AI, and get probably a reasonable answer. Most of the time, at least. Okay, why does this look pretty good over here? If I'd been over here. When you write stuff, do you use bare HTML things like bare inputs? Or you use some sort of CSS framework like Tailwind or Bootstrap? No, if I use a CSS framework for the website, I didn't use one. I just wrote the CSS stuff in there, and it's ugly, and it is what it is. If I use a CSS framework, then I use tachyons, which is, let me show you. Hello, I have another Chrome instance. Where's that one? There. Yeah, this is playing currently. What are you talking about? Tachyons. Yeah, this is, I found the best CSS library. It's a utility CSS, but it's just a style sheet. So there's no compiling or any of that weird stuff. And it's not what I wanted. Principles. Okay, it tells you absolutely nothing. Yeah, here. So you have these classes, and they do just one thing. That's basically like Tailwind, but in good, because you don't need a compiler. Yeah, fonts, border top, border right, border bottom, the usual stuff. Get the idea. So that's what I use when I use a CSS library. And that's pretty good. Tailwind build step bothers me too. Yeah, I mean it makes everything bad, because now you have npm dependencies on your HTML files and stuff. So it's just horrible. And then someone comes with, hey, this new Webpack is old. Try this new web bundler. Oh god. So yeah, Tachyons is pretty chill. Of course, there's no with the Tachyons, there's no tree shaking. So you always load the full CSS file. It's not that large, but it's definitely a load on the clients. But if you want to, you can tree shake with Webpack, and it can strip all the unused CSS tags from the style CSS file, so it becomes tiny again. But I usually don't bother with that. Where am I? Okay, this one can move down, and then all these trees blocking. Geo. Okay. Actually, let's drop this down a bit. That's okay, I think. That looks bad. Do you plan to have bosses in the game? That changes from time to time. Right now there are no boss fights, but there is potential for several boss fights, yeah. But I would need more. I would need to have them. The end boss. The bosses would have to have a good feature set to throw at the player before they come interesting. So it's much too early. But yeah, there are definitely characters in this world that I'm thinking of that could become an end boss. But ideally they wouldn't be just enemies like in Street Fighter that you punch to death, but that you could defeat in other ways, like being clever or having a specific item, or just talking them out of fighting or something like that. But they could, of course, also be just ultimate evil beings that you have to defeat. Can, of course, yeah, vary that between them. But yeah, currently no bosses. Later, maybe, probably, in some kind of form. There's definitely potential. I wasn't here, I think. That's not is exactly what I wanted. Okay, I'm also far too high up. Oh god. It looked horrible. Okay, that's better. Still looks stupid, kind of. Okay, that's better. So where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a lot of work. A lot of work ahead as well. So might not. What was this? 2 hours now, and I am. Well, that is. What is that? From the top, a fifth quarter. Well, actually a quarter, around a quarter. 2 hours. Over 2 hours. Let's say 3 hours. So there's, yeah. I'm now at 9 hours left. Yeah, because that's just more to do in the lower part of the map, it seems. But yeah. So I'll go offline in a minute. And if I'm really, really bored and need someone to talk to, then I'll go live tonight, but I don't think so. I'll be watching Twitch or YouTube and doing this while doing so. Yeah, but because otherwise this is pretty exhausting. Yeah, and I'll need to take breaks in between to get through this. Playing the game, I felt a lack of goals or things to do, but I think it's a consequence of the pre-alpha version. Yeah, exactly. That's why what I'm working on. Right now the goal is just to reach the end of the path, but I want to give players more to do. So I have that's why I'm doing this right now. This overhauling the world is so I can place encounters, that is other people, NPCs in the game that you can interact with. So I can place special areas like a nest of spiders. So the spiders just don't walk around, but there's actually areas for them. And yeah, I think that's a huge step toward what you're talking about. The lack of goals. Because if you meet people and they tell you stuff, you can build a horizon of things to do. And yeah, the other thing is pets and companions. That's another huge thing. That's at least a thing you can care about in the game, of which there's nothing currently. And yeah, that's basically it for the early access release. Let me see if I've forgotten something. Yeah, I'll make the game a bit more obvious, so the path will be visible by dirt piles, and there will be checkpoints, some kind of checkpoints, probably just stones that tell you how far you're into the path, so that you have some kind of orientation there. So yeah, that's why I'm updating the map right now, so that I can place all these things. And maybe I'll get it done by tomorrow. Could be hard to do, but I'll try. And yeah, then I begin with placing stuff. Placing interesting stuff in the world to encounter. So yeah. Okay. So that's it for today for me. I'm going offline and working on this a bit more. Thanks for watching and thanks for stopping by. I'll be back tomorrow. Good luck. Thanks. Thanks, Andre. Wish you a pleasant rest of the day, and I'll see you next time. All right. See you then. Bye.